Well, a very warm welcome to Bratislava in Slovakia, the FIBA 3x3 Europe Cup competition, and we're looking to punch some last tickets for the 2024 Europe Cup championships to be held in Vienna in August. But for now, it's the Europe Cup qualifiers from Bratislava. We're at the Europe, wonderful landmark here in Bratislava. It is a beautiful day for basketball here in the capital city. Hello everyone, I'm John Bond. It's my pleasure and a privilege to bring you the action today from this Europe Cup qualifier tournament. We'll be dividing the men's teams into two pools. We've got 8 teams looking for those coveted tickets to Vienna. Pool A will kick us off on the men's side. We'll have Switzerland teeing it up against Bulgaria. The rest of Pool A is Slovakia and Ukraine. And Pool B will be Germany, Poland, Türkiye, and Estonia. But for now, the matchup between Switzerland and Bulgaria. The Swiss coming in as relative heavy favorites, a number 10 seed in the world rankings, and Bulgaria coming in just in the top 100 and coming in at 96. Very inexperienced team, but you never know. That can also cause some surprises. So for Switzerland, Kazadi, Jurkovic, Dubas, and Lehmann. And for Bulgaria, Minkov, Boyanov, Lepajkev, and Minchev. And once again, a very inexperienced team for Bulgaria, and that, of course, can cause some fits. Big team, good size across the line, averaging 2 meters. Minkov, the shortest at 196, and the biggest fella out there is going to be Lepajkev at 206, 2 meters 6. And so some big fellas to contend with for Team Switzerland. Now the coin toss from our game official, our referee. And we are just about set to tee it up. As you can see, it's just an absolutely wonderful day. There was some calls for some rain later in the day. There is absolutely zero sign of that at the moment. It's about 72 degrees, call it 22, 23 degrees centigrade, as we get ready to tip things off here from the Europe. Of course, the crowds will filter in later. We're here for quite a stint today. We've got 4 blocks of action to bring to you, all live, of course, to follow here on YouTube. Not the only rodeo in Europe, as Bucharest tipping it off also today with a slate of qualifiers. But stay here. We expect to see some great basketball as the teams get warmed up. We will start at 5 past the hour. That'll be a 12:05 local tip here in the capital city of Slovakia. Teams have, in their current format, not faced each other before, so it's going to be a chance to feel each other out a bit in the early going. We expect Switzerland to be able to readily dispense with the Bulgarians, but once again, bit of an X factor in not knowing exactly what they're up against. This team has had its most recent success all the way back in 2012. I'm speaking of Bulgaria, when they finished 16th in the 3x3 World Championships. Best result recently, and a very fantastic result for Switzerland, was in 2023 when they finished number 9 in the World Cup. However, 2023's Europe Cup, a bit of a disappointment for Switzerland, to say the least. They ended up finishing 29th in that tournament. So they've got a lot to make up for this year, and they'll be looking to really set the record straight as far as their success goes. And a lot of experience on that Swiss team. These fellas also play for play the International World Tour circuit with their World Tour teams. 3 of the starting 4 playing for Freiburg. Only Lehmann, the sole participant for Lausanne, whereas Jurkovic, Kazadi, and Dubas all playing for Freiburg in the World Tour. And we are just about set to get the opening check And Switzerland opening things up on offense. Well, they had to hurry up as the shot clock, the 12-second shot clock here in 3x3 winding down against the Swiss team. Boyanov giving off to Minchev, and Minchev held up. And the first foul of the game, of course, the foul's going against the team. And at 7, it gets very interesting because then the shooting fouls come to play. All the fouls adding up to 7 result in a check of the ball. Block shot, rebounded and cleared by Switzerland, but they can't do anything with it. And a travel called against Boyanov. A quick whistle and a sharp eye from the official under the hoop. Ball gets back to Lehman. Lehman tried to put up a 2-pointer. For the uninitiated, of course, 3x3, everything outside the arc is a 2-point range, and everything inside counting for 1 point. Jurkovic gets the check. Dubas driving, tries the back entrance, and the first point of the game sits on the scoreboard on the side of the Swiss. From the far side of the stripe, Boyanov unlucky. Dubas trying to snake his way past Lepaikev. And Lepaikev given a little bit of a hip check. Both teams with 1 foul apiece. Lehman to Jurkovic, and ball lost out of bounds. So Bulgaria will take over on the turnover. Lepaikev working the ball inside to Boyanov. Bulgaria will get a second chance and convert thanks to Damian Minkov. So 1 apiece as Switzerland drives the lane unsuccessfully. Foul inside the charging arc. That'll be rung up against Team Switzerland, committed by Jurkovic, but just goes on the tally on the sheet for the team as we get our first substitution for Bulgaria. Setting up and popping is Lepaikev for a 2-pointer. That's Dubas held up en route to the iron. And that's going to result in the first shooting foul of the game. Dubas at the charity stripe tosses the free throw in. And Switzerland cuts the deficit to a point, but Bulgaria nailing another 2-pointer. I talked about the underdog role, and especially the unknown underdog role. Looks like Switzerland might be underestimating their visitors, their challengers from Eastern Europe. Ball tied up. We'll go to the defense, of course, as per the usual custom in 3x3. Boyanov thought he was going to get the ball, but it's going to be Jurkovic off the check from Boyanov. And Lepaikev sees the ball dribble out of bounds, but it's going to be a costly turnover. Switzerland now. Dubas. Fouled. And Switzerland still in possession. Driving the lane, but unsuccessful is Kazadi. Now Minchev. Another foul. Bulgaria needs to be careful. They're already on 4, So 3 more, and it'll be automatic shooting situations. And of course at 10, that gets really precarious because then you not only shoot, but you get possession. Now, ball spaced by Team Switzerland. Marco Lehmann throwing up an air ball. Switzerland clearing quickly, try to get Dubas into a situation to catch the Bulgarians off guard. He'll have to earn his point the hard way from the free throw line. Bulgaria still enjoying a 3-point lead. Of course, we're on the race to 21, or the best score at the end of 20 minutes. 21 ends the affair automatically. And of course, if we end up tied under 21 at the end of 20, why we go into that sudden death overtime. Can get downright exciting towards the end of a 3x3 game. Bulgaria dispossessed and up and in. Dubas converting on a beautiful assist from Jurkovic. Well, they've cut the deficit to 1 of Switzerland. Here comes Bulgaria trying to answer in the paint, and throwing one up short was Boyanov. Switzerland now taking the lead, 7-6, just like that. Roles were reversed, and now Bulgaria doing a number on the scoreboard as well, and a timeout's got to be called. Well, things got a little bit hectic there all of a sudden, as Bulgaria had gotten out to a lead surprisingly against the number 10 team in the world rankings. Yeah, Switzerland find themselves with a deficit, fought back, took the lead, but now Bulgaria is showing absolutely no signs of being under the impression of their far higher ranked opponents from Switzerland. Oh, back in off the timeout. Of course, Bulgaria with the higher tally in the second column in terms of fouls. That could prove costly here momentarily if they get rung up for another foul. Boyanov driving, and second chance put back up and in. Bulgaria enjoying a 2-point lead once again. Another foul. And that is the 7th team foul against the Bulgarians, and that's going to put Team Switzerland in the automatic bonus. Dubas comes up short on free throw number 1 on a 1 of 2 trip to the charity stripe. Jonathan Dubas nails the second one. Lepikev sees his attempt to get into the arc rejected. Minchev off the check to Boyanov. Boyanov steps back, pops one for 2, comes up short. Now that was a bit under duress because they had to hurry. Dubas swinging the ball out to Kazadi. Kazadi back underneath to Dubas. And the ball goes out of bounds. 5:46 remaining here in the opening game in Pool A competition. Of course, we got the men and the women. On the women's side, a lineup of 7 teams: Lithuania, Switzerland, Slovakia in pool number A, Poland, Ukraine, Türkiye, and Estonia round out pool number B. We'll be seeing Lithuania and Slovakia at 12:30, 30 past the hour, as Bulgaria puts another one up and in, and a 2-point lead. And still in possession, the Bulgarians. Now Switzerland quickly finding themselves a bit with the back up against the wall, and were it not for the foul situation for Bulgaria, the situation would be dire indeed for the Swiss. Bulgaria now with the inbounder. Minkov underneath to Boyanov. Boyanov up and in. 3-point lead, 11-8 the count. Kazadi. Oh, and a wonderful dish to Dubas, and he rattles one home. A lot of finesse on that play, and Switzerland very happy to fight back. Boyanov checks out. Check from the Swiss. Bulgaria to inbound. Oh, and traffic is jammed at the hoop. Big rejection from Switzerland against Bulgaria. That was Lepaikev trying to ram one home. And he found it going real tough indeed as he came up against the Swiss Matterhorn. In the meantime, Switzerland headed back to the free throw line. They're going to need both of these. They get the first one. And enjoying that advantage. Bulgaria now on foul number 8. Of course, at 10, the possession rule coming into effect. We only got 1 out of 2 on that trip. So Bulgaria still with a 2-point lead and the ball. Lepaikev turns and burns. Switzerland quick clear, but cannot seal the deal. Bulgaria still needs to clear. Here's one for a deuce. And the easy rebound up and in from Minkov. So 14-10 the count. Bulgaria still cruising right along and giving the Swiss a lot to think about. Boyanov. Bit of difficulty getting things started working one-on-one against Kazadi. He'll try it again. Kazadi will get the check. Boyanov once again. Give and go, but the go is a no-go as Minchev had other ideas. Unfortunately for him, it's Dubas now trying to put one up for 2. Bulgaria with the clearance. Boyanov working against Kazadi. He is fouled. Kazadi stiffening up under the, or at the charge arc. But Georgi Boyanov, all 2 meters of him, connects on the free throw. 15-10 the count. Switzerland really needs to come up with a bucket here. They're going to run it back to 2-point land. Well, they needed that badly. Going to have to look out for getting timed out. 7 seconds on the shot clock. Switzerland, good circulation. Jurkovic goes unhindered to the sphere and drops one in to make it a 15-11 affair. "30-second timeout called." Take a quick breather here, and boy, stay tuned with 3:51. This one's turning into a real matchup. Switzerland fighting for their lives. Another look at Dubas. That was a big 2-pointer to keep Switzerland in the affair. But the Bulgarians just unrelenting. And once again, that X factor, Switzerland seemed very surprised by the onslaught from the Bulgarians. And that's showing up on the scoreboard. Switzerland still on 5 fouls. So they have that going for them, which is nice. But now Kazadi will inbound. The check from Boyanov. Kazadi to Dubas. Dubas sizes up his options, gives off to Jurkovic for the 2-pointer. Jurkovic with his own rebound dumps it under to Dubas. Little razzle-dazzle does not work out for the Swiss. They're going to need to be careful. Need a little bit less razzle and a little bit more balls in the hoop. Kazadi now travels off the take. Yeah, he did a little bunny hop off the check, and that's rung up real quickly by the official. Minchev. Boyanov fouled before he can get his journey well and truly underway. Switzerland is still sitting on 6 fouls. It's going to be just a check back from outside the arc. Minchev will inbound. Kazadi with the check off the screen. And the pick and roll working out real well for Bulgaria. Boyanov with the bucket. 16-11 the count, 3:19 left on the clock. Dubas cannot come up with it. Boyanov will drive rather than shoot. He's got a good looking right-hander, tried to bank it home and just came up short. Dubas now floats up a 2. Little too little. Bulgaria also throwing up a brick. Dubas now trying to work against Lepaikev underneath. As we get a substitution for Bulgaria, Minkov checking in for Lepaikev. And the timeout called yet once again. Discussed that strategy for the last 2 minutes, 49 seconds remaining here in regulation time. Of course, Bulgaria would like to put the whole thing to rest by putting 5 more up on the board. And Switzerland really now in the thick of it. They must have really thought they were going to have an easy waltz here in the first game of the competition this afternoon, but Bulgaria has just given them an absolute shocker. Driving to the iron, Minchev, number 17, is up on the score sheet. Kuzadi leaves it behind, and the 2-pointer is laid down by Marco Lehmann. And couldn't come at a more opportune moment for Marco Lehmann as he busts a really important deuce to cut the deficit to 4 points. Bulgaria with 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Two pointers, and that's all she wrote here in the first game in Pool A. As we get yet another timeout, the Swiss are really sweating it now. It's not a hot day by any means. It's an absolute beautiful day for 3x3 basketball. It's a beautiful day for just about any outdoor activity, except for hot sauna. Thank goodness for that. So we get a look at some of the real artistry going on here in the first matchup, and a lot of it has been on demonstration from Bulgaria. And you see Minchev, who has really come on and made a name for himself here in the first game. Other teams are going to be taking note. Bulgaria will play again at 3:35 against Ukraine, and I'm sure the Ukrainians are taking good notes on this surprising team, Bulgaria. Switzerland, on the other hand, quick check, and I might be jumping ahead, but I don't see them playing again till dinner time. They play at 6:25 local time against Slovakia, the home team. They could have their hands full with that one, because by that time, I imagine a lot of people are going to be finished with their shopping, and the Europe are going to take up some seats here, and that could be a boisterous crowd. It could have a fourth man advantage for Slovakia when Switzerland comes back out onto the tarmac. Well, for now, with 2:33 left, the Swiss in a real fight for their lives, as Bulgaria with a 4-point lead, trying to close in on the 21-point tally to put an end to things as the Bulgarians talking it over. Not an experienced team in terms of 3x3, but Minkov is 22 years old, but the rest are all a little bit more seasoned. Minchev, 25 years old, and the elder statesman is Georgi Boyanov at 31. Lepaikev, 29 times around the sun. For more highlights as to how we got here. But for Switzerland right now, the most important thing is how they get out of the problem that the hole they've dug themselves. Minchev banks one home, and the Bulgarians are 3 points away from putting an end to this. Jurkovic drives, kicks it back out. Two-pointer put up by Lehman. He can't work the same manage, get another shot at it. He's getting rung up for a violation and a turnover. Switzerland already subbing in Kazadi, but Bulgaria turnaround jumper put up by Boyanov, nothing doing. Kazadi now. Dudas, Lehman, Kazadi drives, puts one up in the left hand. That was altered. Good rebound, back up and in from Dudas. Keep the Swiss in it. 4-point deficit with less than 2 minutes to go. Now the Bulgarians inching ever closer to putting this one out of reach, and Switzerland fighting for their lives now. Off the check. Jurkovic, Kazadi from distance. They needed that. Cuts the deficit to 2 and making things a lot more interesting all of a sudden. Kazadi, Jurkovic, Dudas. Kazadi calls for it, steps back, but drives, will take one home, and we're a 1-point game all of a sudden. Well, don't count the Swiss and that experience out. They're not ranked 10th in the world for nothing. Another timeout called, as all of a sudden we're back into a street brawl. Switzerland doing a great job to fight themselves right back into the match. Of course, they still have one foul to give. Bulgaria sitting on 8. Are going to send the Swiss to the line for any kind of contact fouls. And that's a big advantage here in the late going. Could make the difference, as the Swiss need just another break or two to get themselves back in and perhaps back up on top. But for now, Bulgaria. Minchev driving, kicks it back out to Lepaikev. Lepaikev slings one up at the buzzer, can't make it go. And of course, Switzerland did not need to do much more than watch that one fall. And Bulgaria with the 2-point lead. Swiss get rung up for number 7. That's going to send the Bulgarians to the line. So the advantage Switzerland enjoyed for a long time on the foul tally has now been erased, as Georgi Boyanov cannot convert the first one. That's a big miss. Boy, these are the time that you really need to convert the free throws. Boyanov will have another one, and man, does he need to sink this one. That one does go, and they're a point away from wrapping things up. So the Swiss really down to a do-or-die situation. Here come Bulgaria, now in possession. Minchev driving, loses possession of the ball. Turnover, control for Jurkovic. Jurkovic gets the ball off the check, swings it out to Kazadi. Kazadi rejected. Bulgaria with a chance to finish it. 2-pointer off target, another shot at it. Minchev, once again, not another rebound. And none other than Georgi Boyanov decided not to kick it back out, took control, and said, you know what, I'm going to put a stop to all this. Georgi Boyanov, the elder statesman, 31 years old, says enough is enough. And what a big shocker here to open things up. So Pool A opens up, as does the entire tournament, this Europe Cup Qualifier, with a surprise result as the Bulgarians, 96th in the world rankings, upset number 10 Switzerland. They time it out, or they score it out on 21. And that one will go into the books as a bit of a shocker. So the rest of the Pool A and subsequently at some point Pool B put on alert by Bulgaria. They've come to play ball here in Slovakia. Dubas and Boyanov respectively leading the scorers with 7 apiece. And of course Boyanov had the last say and the last laugh as Team Bulgaria are the first winner of the afternoon. And look like they've come to make a serious claim to perhaps one of those final remaining tickets for the Europe Cup to be held next month in Vienna. And that is, of course, what's on offer today. The remaining tickets for Europe Cup qualifiers. Pool winners will advance directly to semifinals, and the second and third place teams will play against each other in a playoff to qualify for the semis. That's how we'll finish things up in this 2-day tournament. Of course, we got 2 sessions today. And tomorrow, 2 blocks of tournament play in the finals will tip off at 6 o'clock local time in Bratislava. So you're in the tune for a lot of good basketball, a lot of good 3x3 here from Bratislava. If you're so inclined or want to set up a second screen, we've got the same thing going over in Romania today. Bucharest is the host site for the other Europe Cup qualifier, as we now divert our attention to the ladies. And here on the main court, Lithuania will be the home team against Slovakia, which of course is just the luck of the draw in the way the tournament shapes up, as Slovakia enjoying the home team advantage. As the home side, the ladies of Slovakia are introduced. Still a modest crowd, everybody still doing their shopping. Expect that to pick up later in the day. So the 3 Lucias of Slovakia will take it up against Lithuania. And if you know your basketball, you know Lithuania, an absolute power in world basketball. Hungary and Germany combined to give us our officiating crew for this matchup. Lithuania coming in 3rd at last year's Europe Cup, whereas Slovakia could do no better than a 25th place finish. But let that not be an indicator, as we learned historical results have sometimes little or no bearing on what goes on the court. And we saw a very good example of that in the opening match in the men's competition. And now Slovakia will open up with the first bucket of the game. Ludmila Dingova with the first basket for Slovakia. And Lithuania answering with a 2-pointer. Missing everything, Slovakia will now have to go on defense. A drive and a foul. And Lithuania will get their first trip to the charity stripe. Vidra Labukina did not appear on the pregame roster. She's a late substitution, and apologies. Late addition. We'll get our rosters updated and corrected. Lithuania out to the 3-2 advantage in the early going. Something back into the ball game, Ludmila Dingova for Slovakia. Quick clearance and a shot up for two, no good for Lithuania. Dingova trying to wheel and deal. Well, she tried to put one up underhand. That didn't go too well. Lithuania trying to move quickly. Solska will inbound off the check. Gabriela Solska looking to drive, held up. And she'll get the ball back from the official after Monchikova has a chance to check things over. Solska leaves it off. And a good looking shot from the right-hand side. That's put down by Labukina. Ooh, nice drive and good finish as Ludmila Dingova puts one up and in. So Slovakia keeping pace. Of course, they're going to have to keep an eye on the foul tally as they're rung up for their 5th. And at 7, why, that's going to start some of the automatic. That was a shooting foul, so there's going to be a trip to the free throw line anyway in store or on offer for Lithuania. Natsiskaita was the free throw shooter for Lithuania. Petrinaita leaves one off. Solska from distance, 2-pointer, mark it down. Pardon, that was Natsiskaita. So Kamil Natsiskaita knocks down a 2-pointer, and Lithuania all of a sudden out to a 4-point lead. Yeah, we're going to get a timeout to talk things over as Slovakia wants to regroup and try to slow down that Lithuanian express. Well, one thing standing in the way is so far has been Ludmila Dingova, one of the 3 Lucias for Slovakia. Gašparinova, Ludmila Dingova, and Zelinska, the 3 Lucies from Slovakia. Gašparinova. Trying to fool me with that number 4. She was originally slated to wear number 6. You know how things go. As long as it ends up on the score sheet the right way. And shaken up and walking gingerly over the side, being assisted is Gabriela Solska for Lithuania. Lietuva. Well, fighting her way to the hoop, but coming up empty-handed was Zielinska. And turned into a bit of a physical matchup, as Labukina also finding the going a bit difficult against that Slovakia defense. Slovakia only one more foul to give before Lithuania finds themselves in the bonus. Labukina trying to force the issue, ball tipped out of bounds. Home team, which is for this matchup Lithuania, staying in possession. Natsusketa trying to throw one up to beat the buzzer. And Lithuania will come up empty-handed on the possession. Dengova will get things started herself, throw up a two-pointer. Nothing doing, but we've got a whistle underneath. Wheeling and dealing is Zielinska. Lithuania clears quickly and tries to throw one up just as quickly. Now settling down, running a bit of offense, and a nice turn put up and in by Gidra Labukina. Lithuania now with a 5-point lead and possession once again. Labukina sets the pick on the pick and roll, fights her way up for, well, I thought it was a bucket and a foul, but in fact it was traveling against Labukina. So that's a break for Slovakia. See if they can capitalize, because Lithuania is starting to get some momentum, and it's like the Vilnius Express right now. Slovakia needs to hit that emergency break, and that might be very well what that timeout is all about. And in case you're not looking off balls, turned into a bit of a physical matchup. As the ladies are very happy to bang under the boards. Getting a bit of a treat for the lovers of the physical game. Lithuania to check. Ball put up by Kasparinova. Solska to Natsusketa. Solska now driving. Seems to have recovered from that bit of a injury, thank you very much. Right back in to contribute for Lithuania. Still a 5-point game. Slovakia trying to change all that. Good give and go and a nice finish. Wonderful finish by Monchikova. And Kamil Natsusketa driving and scoring to keep the 5-point lead for Lithuania intact. Slovakia trying to answer. Ball off the leg of the Lithuanian defender. Lithuania cruising at the moment, on cruise control. 7-point lead build up with 5.5 left to go in regulation time. Well, not a surprise. Talked about at the onset, Lithuania higher seeded team. Slovakia trying to enjoy the fact that they didn't have to travel as far, and but till now not enjoying much of a home crowd advantage. Ball batted away on the give inside by Labukina. That breaks things up. Lithuania with a chance to really take a commanding lead now. Slovakia going to have to fight for all they're worth, and they do so by rejecting Solska on her drive. So very good defensive work by Slovakia to keep Lithuania in check, but yeah, look who's in possession. Petrinaita will inbound off the check, tosses one up as the shot clock had run down. Slovakia dodging one there. And Zielinska will get things started. Wojcikova, Lutmerdingova, and Zielinska driving. Dribbling violation. And she tried to back her way into the hoop. Did Lucia Zielinska. Turnover, costly one. Slovakia needs to really convert everything they can out of possessions. Lithuania driving, not able to convert is Labukina. Back to Natsasketa, unable to convert. Slovakia throws up a deuce. Nothing doing. Well, they almost got a second chance at it. Kasparinova, travel violation, costly turnovers. 4:24 left, 7-point lead for Lithuania. Really commanding the pace and the scoreboard at the moment as Natsasketa is fouled. Neither team in the bonus yet, but Lithuania getting real close to enjoying that situation. Ball put up for 2 points for Natsasketa. She drains it, 13-4 the count. 9-point margin, Slovakia unable to buy a basket at this juncture. Oh, lovely assist. Unfortunately, the finish, well, it took a second try from Petrinaita. And she puts Lithuania up by 10. Need a little bit more float on that one, did Slovakia. Try to get the ball into Zielinska. Yeah, the timeout. And Slovakia are really going to have to turn up the heat on Lithuania. Lithuania cruising along, enjoying a 10-point margin. Yeah, the way things are going, they wouldn't have to 21 out on Slovakia. But just put the clamps on them defensively and should be able to ride this out for an opening victory in Pool A in the women's competition. Stay tuned. Coming up at 5 for 1 on the hour, the Slovakian men will enjoy their first taste of home court advantage, and they will be the home team against Ukraine. But for now, the Slovakian ladies in an absolute fight for their life, and things are starting to look really dire for Team Slovakia here in Bratislava, as they have spotted Team Lithuania a 10-point lead. And really finding it difficult going against the Lithuanian defense. Well, that'll get a bit of a confidence booster going for Team Slovakia. Wojcikova drains a turnarounder off the glass. And the deficit cut to 9 points, but they're going to need a lot more of that to get themselves back into the ball game, will Slovakia. Well, they'll have possession. Kasparinova gets the ball right back. Gova runs the ball into the paint. Zielinska unable to have any success working there against Natsasketa. Oh, lovely assist. Boy, that's the way things are done. Well finished, too, by the way, for Petranite, for Team Lithuania. They've got the margin back out to 10 and possession once again. As Solska is held up and will enjoy the bonus situation from the charity stripe. So both teams now in the bonus, and of course for Slovakia, that is really bad news as Lithuania getting just yet another advantage as Solska rings one out. But we'll have a second one coming. Solska doing it the hard way, but gets it to fall, and the advantage for the Lithuanians back out to 11. Rebound and a banker goes back up and in for Lucia Lutmer-Dingova. And Lutmer-Dingova will take a little bit of bench in deference to the other Lucia, Kasparinova. Kasparinova looking for options, but she throws a ball directly into the hands of Lubukina. Turnover off the steal. Lubukina looking to convert. Unable to do so. Good stifling defense from Slovakia under the rim. As now Kasparinova trying to work against Lubukina. She makes up for the previous loss of possession. Just give me the ball. Petranite fouled en route to the basket. And we'll go to the stripe. And try her luck shooting 2 free throws. Ooh, the first one off the back of the rim. 5 points would finish it with 2 minutes and 6 seconds remaining in official time. Misses both ends of a trip to the free throw line, so Slovakia will take any break they can get, and they'll need plenty of them if they're going to come back into this ball game. Helicopter flying over the Eurovea shopping center here. Lithuania getting another point, 4 points away from deciding it. Kasparinova throws up a prayer. Kasparinova times out. Shot clock expires. That won't count. Lithuania, good defensive possession. And now they'll have offensive possession. Now 2 two-pointers would do it for the Lithuanians. Jacinta asked to back up a little bit to get things started. She'll get the ball, throw up a deuce. Yes, sir. One more of those, and that's going to be all we need to play here in the first game in the women's competition. Slovakia unable. Clearance Lithuania. Can certainly take their time as much as the shot clock will allow. Well, they got timed out very quickly. A little court intrusion from the 4K camera. Well, you got to be alert when you're out there. You might end up getting right up in the mix. I think they added just a second back to the shot clock. So Solska wanted to just wing one up. Let's see, yeah, they're going to put 0.3 seconds back up, and we'll try this again. So Solska is already lined up. She's going to try and hook shot a right-hander at the buzzer, and she tosses it over the backboard. Well, it was a good strategy, didn't pan out, but Lithuania really in command now of things, and the writing is very much on the wall for Slovakia. Kickball will reset the clock and possession will stay in favor of Slovakia. Kasparinova. Well, not showing any urgency. Now finally Kasparinova throws up a long one. Nothing doing. Ball goes out of bounds and Lithuania can end it with a two-pointer or prolong the agony. Solska. Good dish underneath and a one-pointer to Natsasketa. Driving underneath and trying to leave the ball behind for Kasparinova was Ludmila Dingova. And just not a whole lot of success offensively for Slovakia in this first matchup. Solska. Only need 1 point to finish it all. There's the give and the end of the ball game. Lubakina drops in a one-pointer, and that is all she wrote for this Pool A matchup, the first one in women's Pool A between Lithuania and Slovakia. Well, Slovakia will have to regroup and come back later, and hopefully by the time they play their second matchup this evening at 6 o'clock against Switzerland, there'll be a few more Slovakians on hand to cheer on the home side. But for now, Lithuania with a good opening showing for themselves, and they will be a force to be reckoned with in this Europe Cup Qualifier matchup. 21-6, the final score between Team Lithuania and Team Slovakia. Coming up at 55, well, we'll have to start right away as we're running just a little bit behind schedule. So as quickly as we can get the teams on the court and warmed up, why the Slovakian men will make their debut here on the main court, facing Team Ukraine. Natsasketa leading all scores with 13 of them. Ludmila Dingova with a modest performance to lead Team Slovakia with 3.
Prezentáciu našich reprezentantov a v zásade obidvoch družstiev. Now let's bring the presentation of both teams. Dámy a páni, v tomto prípade budeme potrebovať váš potles, pripravte si ruky. Now let's introduce the home team from Slovakia. Zo Slovenska s číslom 8, we number 8, Milan Žižek. We number 55.
Got a big round of applause, as expected, for the Slovakian team. This time the men coming out, they're playing in away whites, although they are the home side for this particular Pool A matchup. Ziak Kozlik, Turza, and Zabo rounding out the lineup for Team Slovakia. And now the introductions for Team Ukraine. Ukraine, the 5 seed, ranked 26th in the world. Slovakia, 4 seed, and they are ranked number 36 in the FIBA rankings. So a couple of mid-majors facing off against each other. And the good guys, a German and Serbian crew, Frolic and Veskovic, are officials for this, the second Pool A men's match. Somebody needs to go inside the shopping center and round up some spectators. Get behind this Slovakian club. This is going to be a tough matchup against Ukraine. Slovakian team with really only one player on the court for Slovakia with a lot of experience. Ball put up from distance by Ziak. Oh, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Ukraine put up the first points of the matchup. Not sure if that would count it as two. Looked like he might have had a foot inside the arc. Did Zakardayev. Foul going against Slovakia before the shot. Balaban. Ooh, good dish and a nice finish. Once again, getting a late roster number change. Give me a chance to check things out online. Early going. A couple things might not have come back from the laundry. They put a couple of new numbers against some of the names out there. We'll get things sorted, but for now, looks like much as expected. We're going to be looking at a fairly well-pitched game. 3 apiece, although Slovakia's already got themselves 3 fouls rung up against them. Zabo doesn't even get a chance to get things started before the officials get involved. Maxim Zakadayev will inbound, get things started for the Ukrainians. Drives all the way, puts one up with the right, and rattles it home. Ooh, that'll wake up the crowd. Wrong side for the 3x3 enthusiasts here in Bratislava. What a wonderful drive and finish from Maxim Zakadayev. And of course, he is the most experienced fella on the Ukrainian side, 31 years young, and 36 international caps for the Ukrainian. Some rattles, no coffee, but a rebound and a putbacker for Ukraine.
Teraz dvojbolová strela a tá im prepadá. Prvá strela, ktorú prejde padla spoza perimetra. Šimon Turza. Či pôjde individuálne, uvidíme. Šimon.
Turza leaves it to Zabo.
Prvý ukrajinský faul.
Yeah, just like that, Ukraine enjoying a 4-point margin. Slovakia also getting themselves in foul trouble relatively quickly. 7:38 left, and Slovakia's already rung up 5 of them.
Toto je šiestý faul pre Slovensko, samozrejme veľmi náročná situácia pre Slovákov. Ustrážiť si, nakoľko ďalší faul bude znamenať 2 trestné hody. Ukrajina sa teraz napla.
Balaban with the finish, 5-point margin, and a turnover, and just like that, Ukraine are really rolling along. Slovakia trying to stem the tide, unable. Quick clearance, ball right back underneath in the low post. Turnover, big break for Slovakia. See if they can do something with it now. They're going to have to. Already run themselves up a 6-point deficit. You know, fighting for what they're worth, but unable to convert. Ukraine throwing one up from distance. That was Zakudayev. Zakudayev all over the place. Now he gets himself in a little bit of trouble with the official. Getting a little too exuberant with the defense. Huzlik pleading his case to the officials. We're going to have a TV timeout. Now, coming out of the timeout, not only a 6-point deficit for Slovakia, but they've already rung up 6 fouls. Driving and hitting one from the back porch. Slovakia cut the deficit to 5, but Ukraine puts one right back up on the score sheet to make it 6. Getting himself into a bit of trouble with Turza. Turza now with the clearance. Well, had a little trouble getting a handle on the ball, but Turza now very much in control. Kicks it back for a deuce, and Zabo drains one. Well, they needed that badly. They also need to drop back on defense, otherwise Team Ukraine will score just that quickly. Well, it was an 8-point deficit, which was starting to really look dire for Slovakia. And things are moving really quickly now. Slovakia is going to need to get control over the pace. 5:40 left, and this could well and truly get away from them. Ukraine with a rejection. Rebound, and another chance for Slovakia, but they make a meal out of it. And the officials are going to slow things down, and that's going to be a big help for Team Ukraine. But of course, now with 7 fouls up on the score sheet, Slovakia giving the advantage to the Ukrainians. They're going to go to the line each and every time for a 2-shot foul. Of course, at 10, that turns into a and possession. Ukrainians unable to take full advantage of that trip to the charity stripe. We got a player banged up. Oops. Don't want to raise up that quickly. We almost had a Keystone Cops episode. My apologies to all concerned. I don't have a 7 and 8 on my roster, and we'll get that sorted out. I'm just unable to get a fix for what the number changes were. This one may be over quick enough that I can check as Ukraine already dancing out to a 15-7 lead here in what is the second game in Pool A for the men. Well, we know who Zakradayev is, and we know who Balaban is, and they combined for no points on that possession. Slovakia, there you go. There you go, and that's how quickly things can change in 3x3. Force a turnover, which they will get off the missed shot by Ukraine. Put themselves right back into this ball game. Well, slowly but surely. They'll get a 1-pointer thanks to the efforts of Szabo. Ukraine keeping pace very nicely. Thank you all the same. Good dish, good finish, and a foul. Ooh, costly. Oh, Ukraine was already on 16, got to move to 17, and could make it 18 on this one play. And that's going to make things real dire real quick for Team Slovakia. They're already on 9 fouls. They're about to give up the possession advantage. Did he call bank? I didn't hear it, but maybe it was a silent hand signal. Anyway, it's going to count. 18-10. And a chance to make it a 9-point game. Oh, he is a banker. And I don't mean investment. Zakradayev, the wily old veteran, likes to use the glass. Well, we see a lot of interesting free throw styles in 3x3. We've seen some underhanded shots. We've seen a banker. And now we're seeing Ziak trying to make something happen. Step backer, Kozlik. Nothing doing. Ukraine inching ever closer to ending this, but not on this possession. Tours with the clearance and a foul. Slovakia not yet in the bonus situation. We're going to get a timeout. Well, Slovakia needs to stem the tide. They're going to have to talk things over. They're going to have to come up with a way to shut down Ukraine. Nice reverse layup from Ziak is one way to do it. It's probably going to take more than that to get the job done. Well, you know, now the stands are starting to fill up a little bit more, a bit more of a home crowd, and maybe they can help get their team back into the thick of things. Playing here in the capital city of Slovakia, Bratislava. Ticked away, rechecked. Ziak tries to force the issue. He tried to get the ball into Szabo. And Milan Szabo unable to come up with the Wilson. And that's going to put Ukraine potentially back into a game-winning possession. They just need a two-pointer to shut things down. 3:40 left in regulation, 9-point lead. They are well and truly in control of things. Yevchen Balaban was trying to get the ball in the paint, and it's a technical foul, and he'll shoot. Well, he's not shooting him. Number 8 is, and I'm sorry. I'm assuming it's either Titov or Kabutsera. But unfortunately, I do not have the number changes on that. I just can't pick them up from a distance off the names on the back. Get that sorted out next time Ukraine's out here. I'll have it for you for sure. For now, that's Kozlik. We know that for sure. We know that's Zabo. And we know this is Ziyech. Milan Ziyech sees the ball disappear over the line. Get a substitution. Kozlik will check out. Turza in for Slovakia, and he will get things started. Ball check. Turza taken off. Pops one from the top of the paint as the shot clock was timing out. And Slovakia real well and truly with their backs up against the wall. Chance now once again for Ukraine to end things. Yevchen Balaban. Oh, pardon, sorry. Turza ends up with a trip to the charity strike. Misread the official signal on that. My apologies. But Slovakia unable to capitalize on the opportunity fully. Will remain in possession. Kozlik throws up a deuce. Cleared. Balaban. Balaban once again trying to end it, and he can't. Turza. Clearance. Get things started. Runs the ball underneath and up and in for Zabo, Milan Zabo, keeping the Slovakians alive. Two-pointers short for Ukraine. Turza, clearance and a drive, and coast to coast, as it were. As close as you get to a coast to coast in 3x3, but that will be the end of the ball game. Team Ukraine ending it on a one-pointer, and with just under 2.5 minutes to go. The magical 21 points reached first by Team Ukraine, and that will put an end to this ball game, the second men's fixture in Pool A. Coming up shortly, the ladies' version of Team Ukraine will face off against Türkiye in a Pool B matchup. It's going to be a lot of available seats. A lot of the Slovakians will get back into the shopping center. The Ukrainian men will be back in action against Bulgaria. That surprise Bulgaria, who tripped up Switzerland in the first matchup. They'll be back out at 3:30, whereas the Slovakian men's team will be back out against aforementioned Switzerland at 6:25. So for now, with a final tally of 21-13, Team Ukraine drops Team Slovakia. Yevgen Balaban leading all scorers, and also for Ukraine with 10. Milan Ziyech with 7 to in a losing effort for Slovakia.
gentlemen, we can start with another game, as we already mentioned. Ukraine and Turkey is ahead of us in women's category. Please welcome team of Ukraine as the home team number 11, Angelika Liasko. With number 8, Kristina Filevic. With number 9, Oksana Kolova. With the last member of Ukraine team number 7, Miriam Urnodile. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Ukraine. Now their opponents, the white team from Turkey. Please welcome.
So the intros, respectively, for Team Ukraine playing as the home team for this tilt. And now Team Türkiye being introduced. Wearing their red strip and playing as the home team for this fixture. Sixth seed, ranked number 35 of the world, Team Türkiye. Team Ukraine, the number 3 seed, and ranked 17th, according to the good folks back at FIBA HQ. And our officiating crew for today, Romanian, Slovakian, Barbu, and Malchikova. Another stunning venue for 3x3 basketball, this time coming to you from Slovakia, from the capital city of Bratislava. Türkiye winning the toss will open things up. Yaya loses possession, and Ukraine get the ball back after a violation. First foul is going to go, pardon, the second foul. Missed the first one, sorry about that. Türkiye already rung up with 2 quick fouls. Ukraine ball underneath in the low post, conversion, and the first points of the game scored by Ukraine. Good early start so far for the Ukrainians. Now Türkiye. Number 3 rejects number 3. And the putbacker is for number 7 in that party. That's Miriam Urnodile. So with a drive and a bucket, Türkiye, thanks to Sonmez, who's now found herself planted in the middle of the paint. Bit of a run in. Turkey already on 3 fouls, 9:06 in this 10-minute game. And Turkey almost half the way to the bonus situation, or giving up the bonus situation, as it were. A little bit too much to ask for Filovic. Kristina Filovic unable to get the handle. And now Derin Yaya gets things started for Türkiye. Sonmez thinking about checking back into the paint. That path was well and truly shut down in the first instance. That was Molova guarding that bucket as if it were her life depended on it. And Filovic will restart things for the Ukrainians. Gets the ball back beyond the arc, tries a 2-pointer, nothing doing, but gets the long offensive rebound. Throws one over the rim. Türkiye, quick clearance. Wonderful dish and a wonderful finish. Good work from Usyk hooking up with Yaya. But the Ukrainians fashion a quick answer themselves. Filovic throwing one in through, keep things still in the advantage for the Ukrainians. Got that 1 point lead going. Türkiye sitting on 4 fouls. Liashko underneath to Uronila. Now Sonmez. Well, she thought about pumping. And Yaya driving. Unable. Ukraine trying to extend that lead. They got 2 right now. Uronila kicks one all the way back to Liashko. So Anzelika Liashko off the check. Ukraine 7 seconds showing on the shot clock. Find it going tough inside the arc underneath, so they pump it back out, and why not? 2-pointer and a 4-point lead for Ukraine. Rebound. And Molova try to go back up. Türkiye now sitting on 5 fouls already with 7:11 left to go. Good turn, and Sonmez rung up yet once again. Or was that, no, pardon, that was a violation against Ukraine. So a turnover and a chance for Turkey to put a dent in that 4-point deficit. They've let the Ukrainians run up on them. And unfortunately, ball finding nothing. Going out of bounds. Substitution for Ukraine. In fact, a double substitution. Both teams rotating players. Good look, good pass. Can they do anything with it is the question. No. Turkey, rebound, clearance. You know, a bit of a prayer thrown up by Usyk. Yeah, the timeout. Yeah, Ukraine in a very good position right now. It's up 6-2 and just about to enjoy bonus situation on fouls. 6:34 remaining. And you can't say it enough, but it is just an absolute blinder of a day for outdoor basketball. It's a blinder of a day for just about any sport except perhaps skiing. Snow skiing in any case. Temperature in the low 20s. Not a whole lot of wind. Rain was called for in the forecast much earlier, but till now no sight of it. We won't even think about the possibilities. We're just enjoying basking in the sunlight here at this beautiful Europe, just on the banks of the Danube in Bratislava. Long ball, 2 points for Team Ukraine, and half a dozen is the lead now. Türkiye really struggling now, need to get themselves back into the match before it gets away from them. Turning and being rejected as the battle of number ones is won by Ukraine that time. Tonic rejected by Liashko. 7-point lead for Ukraine. Türkiye once again on offense. Tonguç leaves the ball for Yaya. Yaya from just outside the paint had to hurry. Moldova turning, can't get it to fall. Yaya Tonjuc. And Turkey just having all kinds of difficulty getting the basket to fall. Moldova is starting to really show a lot of finesse out there too, as one of the big ladies on the court. Don't misjudge her. She can move very well with the ball. Thank you very much. 186. Tallest, O'Neill is the tallest at 188. And Moldova coming in at 1 meter 86. Liashko checks. Sonmez back in the ball game for Türkiye. Throws one up from outside the arc. There you go. That's how you get yourself back into the mix. Suranur Sonmez with a deuce for Türkiye, but Ukraine with a very quick answer themselves. Now I take that back. Looks like Sonmez's two-pointer, at least the two-pointer I thought she had, was then judged to be from inside the arc. She may have been towing the line. So bad news all around for Team Türkiye. Still looking a 7-point deficit in the eye, and Ukraine has ball possession with 4:30 left to go. Moldova trying to force the issue, unable to. And it's going to be a turnover. Ushuk get things started. Yaya. Rebound Ukraine. We'll stop and start from Liashko. Whoa, good morning. Things get a little bit too crowded for Filovic. And she tried to really force the issue. He rung up for an offensive foul. Sonmez this time can't get it to go from whatever the distance may be. However, somebody else has found three-point range, and that's Miriam O'Neill. Well, the Ukrainian women are following very much in the successful footsteps of their male compatriots, as Ukraine really took the wind out of Slovakia's sails in the first matchup for the Ukrainian men, and the women are following suit very nicely. Thank you very much. Out to a commanding lead against Türkiye. Oh, replay of Filovic getting a little impatient in ball possession. That was Sonmez with a lovely drive and kissing one off the glass. I'll almost call it a turnaround jumper, but it was much ado about nothing. Not the best effort from Ukraine. Try to get themselves out of trouble. Türkiye able to capitalize and put one up for a one-pointer. Here's O'Neill throwing one up for two, unlucky. Ishik managed to pick up the rebound. Sonmez from distance going to come up short. Yeah, the ball will go out of bounds. Well, Turkey is really getting down to desperation as well, and truly they should. They're throwing balls up early and often and unable to convert anything at the moment. And they're going to really have to get a taste of lady luck if they're going to give the Ukrainians any kind of scare here with less than 3 minutes to go. Seven-point lead for Team Ukraine. already in the bonus. And at the free throw line, Miriam Uronil. 29 times around the sun for Miriam. And the first of 2 free throws rattles through the rim. Solmets with an opportunistic drive, converts well, cuts the deficit to 7. And Solmets coming back on defense, doing whatever she can to keep Molova off the score sheet. But with those 8 fouls now in the meantime, Molova will go to the free throw line. Oksana Molova misses the first of a 2-point trip to the charity stripe. Good with the second. And Yaya off the rebound. Resets the ball. Swings it out to Solmets. Solmets will back up and try another one of those 2-point shots, but he didn't really set it up the way she'd like to. You know, that was a forced shot, and that's not what Türkiye needs at this juncture. They really need to try and set up the deuce. I'm afraid the streak of 8 one-pointers is not going to do the trick. Usyk drives the distance and meets some fairly stiff opposition under the basket. And will enjoy a trip to the free throw line. Sena Usyk. Ball thrown up from distance for Ukraine. They're trying to force the issue in a little case of dancing without the music. Traveling against Ukraine, turnover. Very welcome possession for Team Türkiye. Solmets out. Usyk leaves the ball behind for Yaya, and Yaya, we were waiting for that one. Boy, just what the doctor ordered. And that's not what the doctor ordered by a long stretch. Ukraine with a quick answer. Yaya throw up another deuce, this time not as lucky. And Ukraine trying to grasp control back up over the game. And they do that very nicely thanks to Oksana Molova. 16-10 the count. Türkiye still could make things happen, but they'll have to really clamp down on defense. That does not aid the effort. Uronil with a very easy bucket. Usyk throws one up from distance, can't get it to go. Molova on the give and go off the clearance and just couldn't convert it. Filovic loads it up yet once again. Molova cannot put the rebound back up and in. Usyk puts a little bit more method into the madness, but with under a minute to go, they're going to have to hurry. Yaya misses everything and had to throw that up about 3 seconds before. And time is now becoming the biggest enemy for Team Türkiye, as the Ukrainians be very happy to run things out here. They may not get to 21, but with a 7-point lead and less than a minute to go, they are very much in control of the ball game. There's a lovely little underhander from Suranur Solmets. And a youngish team, Yaya is 26 for Team Türkiye, and Usyk 22. Tonyuk is 21, and Solmets 23. Just a little bit more than 48 seconds remaining. Ukraine still very much in control of this. And Uronil will enjoy a trip to the charity stripe. There's 18. And if she can make it 19, they're a 2-pointer away from stopping this thing early. And indeed they are. 19-10. Sonmetz, Yaya. Ball thrown up by Tonyuk. Yeah, that's a good answer for Türkiye, but it could be too little too late. Well, they get the ball on a change of possession, unable to do anything with it. They just have to hurry with everything that they've got. Yeah, Ukraine very happy to give them the ball just as much as they want, but Türkiye not able to enjoy the gifts that they are receiving. Yaya, Tonguç, and a foul and a trip to the free throw. No, it's a violation, pardon. Oh, sorry, Ukraine, of course, not in the bonus. Wake up, Johnny. Yeah, everything's set up and just not what you need to do with time running out. But I think Türkiye sees the writing on the wall and get the last few seconds finished out, and a banker off the glass. Oh, insult to injury is what is added. And time and the chances expire on Team Türkiye. Ukraine wins this tilt in women's Pool B as Team Ukraine, the Team Ukraine women, following on the footsteps of the men and winning their first matchup by a final score of 19-12 against Team Türkiye.
Pozrieť si kvalifikačné súboje na majstrovstvá Európy. Máme za sebou dámsky súboj Ukrajina versus Turecko a pokračujeme ďalej ďalším ženským súbojom Poľsko, Estónsko. Už o pár chvíľ. All right. So we are slowly moving on to another game in women category. Poland and Estonia. Ladies, come here. We should start with the introduction 3 minutes before the tip-off. You're right. We are ready and everything is set up for another beautiful game of 3x3. This time it's going to be a women category. Poland and Estonia. We are starting with the introduction and we are starting with the home team from Poland. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with number 4, Anna Pawlowska.
Welcome back in Bratislava in Slovakia. The capital city, of course, for the Europe Cup Qualifier 2024. Teams looking to punch a ticket to the Europe Cup in Vienna next month. Here, Team Poland, who will face off against Team Estonia. On paper, a big mismatch. Team Poland, top 10 ranking, number 8 to be exact, and Estonia just inside the top 100 in the world, ranking 99. But as we saw right from the outset, rankings in previous history mean very little when it comes to what happens on the 3x3 game surface. First game of the entire tournament was a big upset when Team Bulgaria upended Switzerland. So we get the coin toss and a chance to meet our officials for this matchup, Fröhlich and Pejic, the German and Slovenian duo, to keep things fun and fair in this matchup between Team Poland and Team Estonia. A lot more experience on the side of the Polish team as opposed to their Estonian counterparts. Number 4 for Estonia, Kristel Ratislav, is only 18 years of age. And the oldest senior stateswoman for Estonia is Sofia Kosareva, and she's 25 years old. Poland, a lot more experience on the court. Estonia wearing blue, and Poland, of course, in the way white. Estonia had to hurry to not get timed out on the shot clock. Poland slated as the home team for this fixture, Estonia the away team. And now you know the colors and the pecking order. And apologies, it's going to take a bit of getting used to, as Estonia are wearing nothing close to the numbers that were given to me on the roster. Unfortunate. Looks like Poland matches up very nicely. Try to pick those up as best I can, so that I don't have to say number 30 to number 15. And I also see some names that don't appear on my roster. So Team Estonia will be a bit of a mystery, I'm afraid, until I get the official game report and can log that for a later matchup. But Poland gets out to a 1-0 lead. And good defensive work by the Polish team during the Estonian possession, but the ball's batted out of bounds. Yama wearing number 15 did not appear on the press kit as distributed. My apologies for that. Team Poland enjoying an early trip to the free throw line. Estonia already has 2 fouls against them in the early going. Good defensive work by Veronika Telenga with double threes. And tallest of the ladies out there on the court at 1.92 m. Be very interesting for the Estonians in the low post in this matchup. And the Polish rejecting another shot from the Estonians. Aldona Moraviec. This is Pavlovska. And big tango going on there between 2 of the taller ladies out on the floor. Ball checked by Pavlovska. Well, it's not traveling until she tries to get back up, but I think she did inevitably get rung up because she was kind of moving around there on the floor. Telenga decides to take it herself. Getting a lot of stiff opposition was Veronika Telenga. And she'll end up at the charity stripe for her efforts. Estonia already 4 fouls against with 7:55 left to go in the matchup. Nice bucket. And I wish I could have fixed a name to it. I'm just going to have to get some assistance on spotting up some of these names. And some of the numbers and some of the names is there's been a wholesale substitution of names and numbers for Team Estonia. Maybe somebody missed the bus and they had to call some locals up. I don't know. 24 is Jana Pulik. She was expected to play, but I thought she might be wearing number 3 today. Underneath the bucket and up and in, Veronika Talenga. And a foul against Poland. And very little to show for the advantage that they've really kind of enjoyed. Poland, you have 4 points and a 2-point lead as Sepp throws one up from distance. Talenga, rebound, clearance, gives to Pawłowski. She tries to whip it into the low post. And just a little bit too difficult to handle, the hot potato. Szymborska wearing number 0, now also with the ball. Szymborska driving. Yeah, she finished, but the foul was called earlier on. As Anna Pawłowska checks back into the ball game. Trying to get that offense up and running. Try for deuce, own rebound, but running out of time is Szymborska. And a timeout, TV timeout, with Poland out to, I'd almost say only a 4-2 advantage. Now, Estonia already spotting 6 fouls, 1 more, and Poland's going to be in the advantage. That's Yama trying to wheel and deal. And now pulling up and dropping a deuce is Morawiecz. Yama finding the going difficult against 1 meters 92. Veronika Talenga, 28 trips around the sun. Morawiecz gets the ball back, loads up for a 2-pointer. She's fouled in the process. Pulick getting a little too close for the officials' comfort. And that's going to send Aldona Morawiecz to the line. She is the elder stateswoman for Team Poland. Been around that sun 32 times in her life. Boy, she misses both ends of a 2-point trip to the free throw line. And Poland stuck on 6 points with 6 to go. Poland to be disappointed that they're not commanding a bigger lead on the scoreboard. Morawiecz turns, can't get it to go. But teammate Szymborska is very much up to the job. Estonia trying to do something about that 5-point deficit they've let themselves get into. Pawłowska dishes. Szymborska. And Talenga checks back into the game. Formidable presence there. Working against Las. Oh, good drive and rounded off well by Maria-Annette Sepp. Sepp once again running the ball, running the offense. She'll check back, guarded closely, wings it back for a long try from Las. Sepp once again in Estonia is now kind of dictating the tempo of the game. Las, long ball, got it. Now, it looked like he needed to size one up before she could drain one. That's a fine field goal for Team Estonia. And Szymborska throws one off the glass that didn't have much of a chance. And Estonia right back at the ball game, 7-6. Talenga trying to get back up on top. 8-6 now the count, but boy, this is a warning shot over the bow from Team Poland. I told you Team Estonia dictating the tempo of the game, and said earlier that I think that Poland certainly should be disappointed in their offensive output, especially as reflected on the score sheet as Pulik tosses one up. And Team Poland may find themselves in a bit tougher match than they might have anticipated, especially based on the rankings and the seedings. And now Talenga having difficulties at the free throw line. Number 2 of 2. And the righty comes up short. Rebound, however. And Talenga needs to get control over the ball again. Working in the low post, trying to force her way past Jana Pulik. Good for a point finally for Poland. Lost her magic touch on the two-pointer. And a timeout. Well, they're back to a 3-point lead, but Poland are in a much closer match than they would have expected, or probably should be, and put that down to a very spirited Estonian ball club. Estonian ladies really showing a lot of moxie, and they took the ball game, took control over the ball game. They don't have it at the moment. They took it for long enough to get back into a 1-point game. And that's probably more of what Poland was looking to do right from the get-go. Good looking offensive run for Team Poland. 4-point lead, 3.5 left to go. So Maria-Annette Sepp get the ball right back from Las. Trying to take advantage of a screen. Wheels, deals, and misses just off the left. Talenga with the rebound. Pawlowski with the clear. She'll try to drive, leave it behind for Szymborska. Szymborska comes up empty. A lot of missed opportunities for Poland, giving Estonia just that open door they need to keep hanging around. Lots of rolls, no coffee. Pawlowska floats one up for Talenga, unable. Couldn't make the connection. There was nobody on the receiving end. And I know I'm saying it for the zillionth time if you're just tuning in. Just an absolute glorious day for basketball, and 3x3 in particular. low 70s, low 20s, depending on where you follow your temperature in the world. But it is just beautiful here in Bratislava. We're on the banks of the Danube at the Europe Shopping Center. Well, fighting for it, Szymborska. And she'll end up with a trip to the free throw line for her efforts. And would be very beneficial to the Polish cause to drop both of these. She does, at least for the first one. And gets the lead back out to 3. It was down to a precarious 2. And I believe that was a lane violation on Alexandra Szymborska. Sepp will get things started for Estonia. Turns out loss was her best option, gets the give and go, gets it to fall, lead back to 2. The only thing working against Estonia is that foul differential. Nothing doing for Pawłowska. Well, I thought Pulic could make better use of the screen. And unfortunately, Kadrian Las has lost the hot touch. She dropped a deuce earlier, but since then has had a lot of difficulty sizing up the range. And she certainly missed a lot more than she's made. Talenga gets the dump-off pass from Moravic, and just quite couldn't get a handle on the ball. Well, there's a minute 30 left, just under. Estonia in the unenviable position of having given up 10 team fouls, so Poland will enjoy 2 and possession. Yama unable to convert her shot for Estonia. It's the rebound, no particular hurry. There's only 1 minute left, but yeah, it is only a 3-point deficit, surprisingly enough. And this game is far from over, and this could really turn into be a nail-biter. Poland just unable to effectively put away a, at least on paper, much weaker team, and that could end up biting them in the calves. You wondered where I was going with that. There's Talenga able to convert against Jana Pulic. And now on a technical, Jana Pulic had a shot from the free throw line, unable to convert, but as long as Poland is not able to exert any sort of influence over the game and Estonia is able to hang around, this is still anybody's game. Poland trying to change that. Certainly won't happen in that way. They ran out of time on the shot clock even. Sepp reversing field, goes back to Las. Las really unable to convert anything from distance. Kind of a game of attrition now at this point. Who's going to make the least amount of mistakes? And unless Estonia can force the issue, Poland may be able to ride out that 3-point lead, as neither team able to do much on the score sheet. Oh, that was Talenga earlier. We gotta go way back to find a good highlight now. Jana Pulic getting absolutely rejectified by Aldona Moravic.
moving on with Poland as well as the men takes on Turkey.
Loss. 23 seconds remaining. About 5 on the shot clock. Loss once again leaves it to Sepp. Sepp unable. Now on Poland. They can run out most of the clock. Run it down to about 3 seconds. Well, they didn't run as much off as they could have. Talenga back up it in, and that should be all that's needed to secure an ugly yet successful win for Team Poland. Well, they looked anything but a top 10 team in the world, and the number 2 seed, lucky to escape a spirited charge by Team Estonia, but really just as much a victim of their own lackluster performance as anything. So Team Poland will have some soul searching to do. They will be back out against Team Ukraine, and let's not forget how good they are. That Pool B matchup will tip off at 4:35 local time here in Slovakia. Now up next, we've had our long break for this first block. Up next will be the men, and Team Poland will play host, if you will, as the team drawing home side against Türkiye. Our first look at the men from Türkiye. And that match is slated to tip off in 2 minutes, so we're running well up against time. I'll give the gentlemen a chance to warm up here and then tip it off, and should be a very enjoyable tilt between two good sides.
All right, in the next game against Poland and Turkey, but before that, we have to introduce our players. Krátka predstavovačka samozrejme pre zápasom, ktorá patrí aj ku kvalifikačným duelom Polsko a Turecko. Predstavíme si ako prvých samozrejme Poliakov, ktorí sú vedení ako domáci. I think the fellas are set up and ready to go. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. Please welcome the home team from Poland.
Indeed, let's get started. Team Polska.
With number 11, Grzegorz Kamiński. With number 6, Michał Samsonowicz. And the locker member of Poland, number 8, Przemysław Zamoyski.
Well, that matches up with my roster, all tied good. Grudzinski, Kamiński, Samsonowicz, and Zamoyski.
Number 8, Ismet Ausar. Number 20, Bertan Pashan. And last but not Turkey, number 10, Boras Sakir.
And the lineup for Team Türkiye. Just double checking my roster as we go through it, and I'm good to go. Same 4 players: Destinolu, Oshar, Sitter, and Bostan. For Team Türkiye. Coming in as a 6th seed, ranked 51 according to the good folks at FIBA, whereas Poland is the 3 seed and ranked 18th back down in Lausanne. Not actually Lausanne, but, of course, everything in the neighborhood. Hungary and Slovakia have sent us our 2 very capable game officials for this matchup, and good to see the ladies working the men's game. And so far would have to compliment the officiating all around. It's been competent, it has been low profile, and that's exactly the way you want to see it. And but also very sportive and good gamesmanship between all parties so far in all the matchups. So a very enjoyable afternoon of basketball in this Europe Cup qualifier. Everybody looking for tickets to the big matchup in Vienna next month. We've already had 2 other qualifying tournaments. Numbers 3 and 4 taking place today, and here's a give and go and a lovely finish with the tip in for Türkiye. And a steal and possession, clearance, and a reset. And Türkiye looking to get off to a quick start against Team Poland. Yeah, they get their jets cooled just a little bit as Grudzinski manages to come up with the rebound for Poland. Ball from distance, off the rim, but a rebound. Second chance, now the third chance coming up. And Türkiye gets hands on ball and puts an end to the Polish offense. Bostan. Türkiye loses possession. Check the ball. Kaminski loses the ball out of bounds. So early going jitters perhaps for 2 teams that have not played yet. Sitter will get things going for Türkiye. Oshar tries to bury one going away. Second chance also no good. Team Poland now. Pull-up jumper with a violation for good measure, a foul. And Türkiye bring up the first foul of the ball game. Zamoski. Sitter. There was Bora Sitter. Poland, nice tip back out to distance, and driving and picking up the foul is Kaminski. Bostan getting himself in trouble down low. And the follow-up and follow-in falls for Desenolu. So Hakan Desenolu with the follow-up, and Türkiye out to a 2-0 lead. Having already picked up 3 fouls at the 8-minute mark. Zamoski, the elder statesman, dishes to the 26-year-old Grudzinski. Dominik Bartosz Grudzinski. Biggest fella on the court at 2'6", wearing number 14. Pull up from Oshar. And another point turfed on the score sheet, and Turkey trying to make it a 4-point game, and they do. Now Poland getting a wake-up call here from Türkiye. Standing his ground is Bertan Bostan. But he's rung up for a foul. 4th already on Team Türkiye. They're going to need to be careful. And at the free throw line, 37 times around the sun, Przemysław Zamoski. Sitter. sizing up a deuce, I think. Well, now he loses his handle. Poland needed to clear. As Boston gets things started to Oshar. Lots of little violations and stoppages. It's all added up to 5 fouls now, team fouls against Türkiye. Poland still with a goose egg up on the score sheet. Boy, would they like to change that. Zamovsky. Nothing doing in the low post for Team Poland. Now Türkiye with a chance to extend their lead. Oshar tries to score going away. Zamovsky, good dish, and finally points on the board, courtesy Dominik Grudzinski. And a TV timeout so we can get a look at the highlights, although they're kind of few and far between here in the early going. Przemysław Zamoski get things started for Polska. Takes the ball along the arc, working against Oshar and dumps one in. Destinolu gets helped out of a jam by Oshar. Oshar from distance, can't get the range down. Neither team really able to exercise any kind of offensive prowess. Grudzinski trying to get his team pepped up a little bit. Good drive at a bucket. Sit there hiding the ball and finally putting it through the ring, and Poland equally successful. Now all of a sudden everybody's coming up with buckets. Boston ran out of real estate and ends up being a turnover for Poland. Now they get timed out. And with about 5.5 left, an up and in for Destinolu. Well, very nearly a travel. Samsonidovich. Apologies to Michał Samsonidovich, adding a couple of syllables. There's already enough in there. Turned his name into a 6-syllable word. In the meantime, Türkiye with a trip to the charity stripe off the front of the rim. Cleared out by Poland. Ball underneath, unable to convert is Grudzinski. Boston trying to back into the bucket. Oshar unable to come up with anything off the rebound except for the fact that he's fouled and will be sent to the free throw line. Poland, in the meantime, having been tagged for fear team fouls. Türkiye, of course, on 6, but they have more points to show for it. Try to make it a 4-point game, and he does. Grudzinski clears. Let's Zamoski take over. foul against Team Türkiye will send Dominik Grudzinski to the free throw line. Once again, the tallest fella out there at 2 meters and 6. First end is off the back of the bucket. Number 2 is not a whole heck of a lot better. Cleared by Türkiye. Driving the lane and leaving himself just enough room for the kiss is Ismet Oshar. So 9-4 the count. And a bit of a surprise, at least according to the numerical ranks. Those of you who follow European basketball know that Türkiye certainly counted amongst European basketball powerhouses. Oh, trying to get a little bit clever. Baştan tried to force the ball into the low post and couldn't find anybody home. That's going to count. Big play for Team Poland, or didn't it count? I thought I saw the official and I thought that was awful late. And in fact, scoreboard staying on 4, so Team Poland have to earn things the hard way as Grudzinski earns a trip to the charity stripe. Banks one home for 2 for 2. Ball batted away from Baştan. Baştan will get the ball from the game official. Just by the by, when we talk about experience, none of the fellas lined up in red today for Team Türkiye have any international experience on the 3x3 stage, but they're holding up pretty well against a Polish team that doesn't also offer much experience. In fact, the only fella out there with any international 3x3 experience is Misha Samsonovic. And he is now watching Zamoski from the free throw line. Sitter. Sitter swings it out to Oshar, and Oshar nails a deuce. Well, Poland keeping pace as need they do. 3-point game. And long ball ends up in the hands of Oshar, and he's able to convert. 4-point game, 4-point lead for Türkiye. Poland, once again, keeping tempo, keeping pace. Basket there from Zamoski. Destinolu, second biggest fella out there at 2 meters and 5. And Hakan Destinolu will join his teammates in a timeout as both teams looking to talk it over. This one could very well end up down to the wire. Neither team in any particular hurry to get to 21, so this may run full time. Back to game action. Sitter takes it himself and just doesn't quite get it to fall. So Kamiński finally getting the ball to fall for Poland, and now it's a 2-point game and at 3:21. Buckle up, boys and girls, because this one's getting real interesting real quick. Poland not even yet in the bonus, although Türkiye will go to the line. And you heard the PA announcer, he took the words right out of my mouth. Turkey's about to get to 10, and that's going to be 2 and possession. But in the meantime, Turkey able to convert one of the free throws. Gets back out to a 3-point lead. They're working hard in the paint and then flip the ball out on the wing. And Poland able to cut the deficit to 1 now, thanks to a 2-point shot. Türkiye paying the price for every offensive action. Oshar tries to get the ball over to Bashtan. Poland, high pressure. Bora Sitter. Oshar. Block. Zamoski. And Zamoski, the elder statesman, 37 years young. Over and take a breath at the almost the 2:30-minute mark. A lovely little feed. Ball snaked into the hands of Hakan Destanoglu. And Turkey managed to keep that 2-point edge. Poland lurking around. Said it once before and I'll say it again, the sportsmanship has been on display fully today here in the Slovakian capital. Inbound, Poland. Misha Samsonovic was Zamoski back into the ball game, trying his luck from behind the arc. Yeah, this one's going to come down to the wire. If you needed a sanitary stop or a snack, you're too late. You're bought in. Destanoglu from the charity stripe. Well, neither team showing the hot hand on offense. And sometimes that's what makes them interesting. Who's going to get hot at the right moment? It's not Team Türkiye at the moment. Hakan Destanoglu, 22-year-old, unable to convert either free throw. And now a jump ball that will go to the team seen to be on defense. Zamoski will do the honors for Team Poland. Off the check from Bashtan. Zamoski trying to make use of the screen, not really able to. Sotovic hindered before he could ever really get started. Deuce put up, but unfortunately an air ball for Ismet Oshar. 25-year-old coming up empty. At a point where every bucket counts. 2 minutes left to go. Poland now in possession. Zamoski, a give and go, but no go. Lots of give and no go. Ooh, and a rejection. Sitter with the putbacker. Oshar runs out of options, gives it off to Bora Sitter, and he's got plenty of options. Quick up and in for Kaminski. Sitter rejected, but fouled by Przemysław Zamoski. I read that one incorrectly. I thought Zamoski was written up for a foul, but in fact he will be treated to a one-try trip to the charity stripe. It's a three-point game now with 1:23 minutes remaining. Turkey well over the 10 foul mark, so any fouls will be 2 shots, and any personal fouls in any case will be 2 shots and possession for Poland, an advantage, but yeah, they're going to have to make it happen for themselves. They are inbounding here. Przemysław Zamoski. Explanation being given to Sitter. Not sure what the delay is about. We're not in an official timeout, I don't believe. Well, there's enough water being drunk and towels being run about to make me think we were in a timeout. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's the silence before the storm. 1:23 left to go. This one's going to be a nail biter. Poland now with a chance to tie or at least cut the deficit to 1. I'm sure they'd like to have a productive possession here. Zamoski to inbound. When we get things started, Bora Sitter will get up in his face. Forces the ball down into the low post, and boy, working for everything he can muster is Kaminski, and he muscles one in. Big important basket for Team Poland, and we are tied, boys and girls. And a rejection by Kaminski. He stands 2 meters tall. And Sitter is spotting him about 10 centimeters. Ball's out of bounds though, and Türkiye will inbound Oshar. Guarded very closely by Przemysław Zamoski. And Türkiye lose possession. Poland takes over. Chance to go ahead at the 1 minute mark. Oh my goodness. Daring and yet effective. Kaminski rounds off the behind the backer from Zamoski, and Poland take a 1-point lead. Destinolu unable to convert. And now Turkey find themselves on the short end. Bora Sitter pleading his case on deaf ears. It's going to be a one-shot foul down to a charge arc violation. Zamoski misses a very, very big free throw.
Now he has the second chance.
Just a little bit over half a minute left to go. This is not the time to leave opportunities on the floor. Manages to convert 1 out of 2 and secure Poland a 2-point lead and possession.
He is free like a bird. Now the bird, he's swinging, he's going, he's passing. Now the shoot around.
2-pointer no good. Kaminsky unable to come up with the rebound. Now, most importantly for the moment is Türkiye with possession. Bostan. From distance, Oshar, big 2-pointer, tie game. Buckle your seatbelts, 10 seconds remaining. Turnover, clearance, fake, drive, shot, no good. Rebound, nothing doing, we're going to overtime. My goodness, first one of the day. And to be honest, deservedly so. Not so much for the offensive prowess, as neither team really putting on an offensive clinic, but it was just too close for one of these ball clubs to walk away with it after the first 10 minutes. So we'll send it into OT. And of course, 3x3 OT is the valley of death, to be sure. Anything can happen at OT. But yeah, unfortunately, Türkiye really had a good chance. They had a good look at it. They had at least 2 chances to put things away in the first 10 minutes. And that was the absolute beauty. Really a cheeky move. Poland will open up. Driving, dealing, nothing doing. From the wing, now from the top of the arc. Backing up was Oshar. Dishes, nothing doing. Air ball from Hakan Destinolu. Now Zamoski. Directing traffic. Kaminsky checking into the ball game. Zamoski. Kick ball. Will reset the shot clock and keep Team Poland in possession. Zamoski pulls up, nothing. Rebound, and the ball falls for Kaminsky. Osar, bucket, and we're tied back up. Driving is Samsonovic. Türkiye, foul, and I believe it's going to be an offensive foul. Samsonovic had established. Team Poland getting a coaching box warning. Getting heated up here, folks. Temperature rising. Beautiful day here in Bratislava. Ball dished underneath. Double coverage. Kicks it out. Driving the lane and scoring is Kaminsky. And first sign of frustration that we've seen, and rightfully so. It was going to be a tough loss for anybody. Grzegorz Kaminsky puts an end to the overtime, and Team Poland, who trailed through much of the affair, finally able to right the ship and finish the scoreline as we would have expected by the rankings. But all credit to Team Türkiye. They're going to be a fun team to watch as the action progresses here in this Europe Cup qualifier. But for now, it's Poland pulling out a 19-8 win against Türkiye. Next up, two debutants for today on the men's side from, once again, from Pool B. Germany meeting up with Estonia. And we're already running just a little bit behind schedule, so we'll get that one started just as quickly as possible. It was Ismet Oshar leading all scores with 9. Grudzinski was tied with Samsonovic and Zamoski with 5 each in the winning effort. Kaminsky tossed in 4. So we'll warm up the Germans and the Estonians just as quickly as we can. As we want to try to keep on schedule. But of course, the last game had a lot of stoppages and ran just a little bit long. Germany will be the home team. They'll wear white here for this tilt. The Mannschaft. Well, we'll see if the basketball, the 3x3 basketball Mannschaft can be as successful as the 11-man Mannschaft, who absolutely dusted off Scotland last night. As we get a look at Team Estonia. You know, I'm going to have a bit of difficulty because I see my jersey numbers for the men are just as off kilter as they were for the ladies, but we'll get it sorted out. Germans running true to number. You just saw Denzel Agiman. Very young squad, the Germans, but boy, can they play basketball. They're fun to watch. Agiman 19, Giesmann is 19. Baikami is also 19. Miles Osai is the elder statesman at 22 years young. The Estonian club is also a younger outfit. That is assuming that I'm going to have at least the same players that I have on my roster. Just have to sort the numbers out for you as this one plays out. A Serbian and Slovakian crew, Veskovic and Pejic, will handle the officiating responsibilities as we get this Pool B matchup underway. Estonia, the 7 seed, number 71 in the world, and Team Germany comes in as the number 2 seed. And last time FIBA came out with their ranking, they put them at number 13. Kami to Agiman, and this is Giesmann. Giesmann wheels, deals, but can't seal the deal. But we'll head to the free throw line. Nothing in the early going. And a foul. Rung up against Estonia. They've already picked up 2 to match their point total. First bucket of the matchup for Team Germany. That was courtesy Osai. Giesman couldn't quite get that one off the glass. Estonia tried to touch one off the glass. Once again, sorry about the names. Don't have a lineup that corresponds. Giesman gets things started. Osai, a little bit too high off the glass. Timed out yet once again. Agiman nails a deuce. And we're tied up at 3. Estonia tripped up. Ball thrown up and causes a turnover, and this could be an easy bucket for Team Germany, although in the end, Giesman had to work reasonably hard for it. Estonia trying to hasten things up. Carl Lips, as I start to be able to correct my roster thanks to my assistant. Lips again. Germany back on offense. And Osai, no, pardon, that was Baikami. And now they're just trading buckets. Well, things are picking up really quickly pace-wise here. Germany and Estonia knotted at 5. Once again, Bakami, Sidia Bakami, the 19-year-old. Now, we've been kind of waiting for one of these matches so far. These two teams really able to score quickly and steadily. See if this pace can keep up. Agiman can't convert the deuce.
What a tie game. Down 2-pointer off. What a great rebound by Estonia. Great steal by Germany. Germany with the pressure. Oh, what a beautiful block.
So roster finally complete, and that's Jan Padet. Picking off the instant replay from the TV screen. More than one way to, more than one road leads to Rome. So the TV timeout, a chance to catch up on the highlights. So at the line, Jan Padet. Drains it. And we are knotted at half a dozen apiece. Giesman to inbound. Giesman. Drive it all the way to the hoop. Oh, just leaves it a little bit short. Gets his own rebound. Kisses it off the glass. And another point for the Mannschaft. Elmey. That ends up relinquishing the responsibility, and basket good for Estonia. They take a 1-point lead at the 5:39 mark. Checked with that, and foul away from the ball. Denzel Agiman will get things started for Team Germany. 5.5 minutes left to go in the timed period. It's our first overtime in the last matchup. Agiman driving, oh, wonderful. Yeah, he really put a lot of good work in there to get himself backed up into the basket and finished off very nicely, did Agiman. Tied up at 8, 5 fouls apiece. Boy, you couldn't want it any closer than this. And compared to our last matchup between Poland and Türkiye, also a lot of good offense on display. Elmey pulls up, drains a deuce. Henrik Elmey. Alexander Oliver. Lips leaves for Elmey. Oliver getting roughed up. Estonia out to that 2-point lead. They drop back to try their luck behind the arc. Nothing doing. Germany are going to look to put their foot down on the accelerator here. Certainly have a lot more trouble 3x3 against Estonia than the football Mannschaft had against Scotland last night. The deficit to 1 point. Estonia leading 10-9. Driving and converting is Elmey. Giesman finishes emphatically. Well, he worked hard enough for it. Did Jan Padet. for Osai. Osai backs up to make it a two-pointer. My apologies, of course, that is Baikama. CD Baikama backed up behind the arc, trying to drop a two-pointer. Well, Estonia still with a 2-point lead, and now that clock has trickled down to 3.5 minutes. Estonia in the bonus. Germany waiting for another Estonian foul.
Postupilo na olimpijadu práve v tej mužskej zložke a práve pánov to bude možno sledovať. Predošli duel práve patrí im, takže aj naše oči a pozornosť sa bude upierať práve na tento tým. Jeden z najväčších favoritov práve na postup z kvalifikácie aj na kvalifikáciu.
Hendrik Elme from the charity stripe misses the first end of a 2-point trip. Managed to salvage one of those points. 3-point advantage for Estonia. Giesman. Osai and back to Giesman from distance. Fabian Giesman, the 19-year-old. Osai getting tangled up. Agiman will get things started again for Team Germany. Pick and roll works out very nicely. Thank you very much, Fabian Giesman. Biggest fellow on the German side at 2 meters 5. And since Estonia doesn't have anybody breaking the 2-meter mark, he's certainly the tallest fellow out there on the 3x3 floor. And we're back to a 1-point ball game, under 3 minutes. Carl Lips trying to beat the clock. Agiman for 2, no sir. Gets underneath and tries for 1. Osai, Agiman. Oh my goodness, that's 4 tries in 1 offensive possession. Denzel Agiman will be sick about it. But there's just way too much going on at the moment to even think about that. Laid up and in by Estonia. Agiman tries once again for 2, misses everything. Germany needs to be careful. Need to really work for shot selection. There's no rush. And we've got a timeout. Estonia looking to extend the lead at the 2-minute mark. Nope, at least not on the first try. They'll stay in possession. Alexander Oliver Hint trying to go the distance, but the exit was blocked by one Fabian Giesman. Giesman to inbound. Sets up a screen. Gets the ball back. pumps one up from deep. And just before the buzzer, Germany still staring that 2-point deficit right in the face. Quite the upset for Estonia, should they be able to pull this one off the wonderful pick and go conversion by Carl Lips, and it's a 3-point ball game. 22 remaining. Aguiman driving, but he carried the ball. So a turnover, unforced error, if you will. And Carl Lips will inbound off the check. Lips from distance, no sir. Aguiman brings the ball back. No particular hurry from really either team. Giesmann trying to create something out of nothing and ends up with nothing. Elmay ran out of territory. And Germany calls a timeout, talk things over.
Už som spomínal teda, že RTVS Šport bude vysielať práve tie slovenské zápasy, takže aj je to opäť zároveň tie poopätné, alebo podvečerné 18:00 Slovensko-Švajčiarsko dámy a 18:25 Slovensko-Švajčiarsko páni. Náš chlapov ešte bude čakať tretí duel, zajtra s Bulharskom. Veľmi podstatné, či už vyhrať, alebo minimálne nastrieľať čo najviac bodov, každý bod sa počíta, ale ja len doplním pre úplnosť.
The ball in low. Giesmann now. Kick it back out. Well, they end up with probably not the shot they would have wanted by Kama. Unable to come up with anything. Estonia in a slightly better position because they're up 3. Also did not come up with a good shot at the buzzer. Germany's chances dwindling even further. Estonia now really in the driver's seat and probably able to run out most of the clock. Good heads-up move by Estonia to let more air out of the ball, and they are going to escape with a upset win against Team Germany. So Team Estonia spotting Team Germany quite a bit on the world rankings. Coming in today at number 71, upset a top 20 side. And Germany looking a little bit lackluster in their first outing today. Well, we're going to see the women next, a Pool A matchup. One team we've seen already, Lithuania, who held off home side Slovakia in their debut game earlier today. And they will play against Switzerland, who we have not seen yet. So a debut for the Swiss Misses. We're just running about 5 minutes behind schedule, so very, very relaxed and very much on time. Hope you're enjoying the action. Once again, if you feel like opening up a second device and checking out things from the other Europe Cup Qualifier going on in Bucharest, feel free. Don't switch over. It's no better. But you might want to be able to watch double the action, double the fun, as it were. I'm here till 4 o'clock, and my colleague Craig will take over for the evening session. We'll divide that up again tomorrow for the finals as we get another look at Lithuania.
Both teams, and home team Lithuania. Please welcome with number 77, with number 3, Martina Petrinaite. Number 9, Away team from Switzerland, please welcome with number 19, Elias Jacqua. Number 24, Evita Herminiar. Number 4, Nadia Konstantin. And the last member of Switzerland, number 30, Gloria Loesa. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Switzerland.
So the introductions out of the way for Team Lithuania and Team Switzerland. Hungary and Serbia, the providers of our officiating crew. Lithuania wearing white and playing as the home side, Switzerland in red, and playing as the away team.
Enjoy the Europe Cup Qualifier, Lithuania, Switzerland.
Lithuania winning the coin toss. If I saw that correctly.
Everything is set and ready. 10 minutes, bring to 21. So right now,
Lithuania off to a quick start indeed.
Lithuania with a quick point. What a great defense.
Natsusketa, no big surprise that she would open the scoring, as she was the leading scorer in the earlier victory against Slovakia.
Shot clock violation. 12 seconds were not enough for Switzerland this time.
Well, they tried to make it a little bit too easy, and I think they got lackadaisical on that one, did Lithuania. Coming up short. But once again, Lithuania back in possession. It's Labukina. Well, they got off to a quick start, but missed opportunities, and Lithuania only have a point to show for their efforts. Switzerland get themselves up on the scoreboard. Kind of ran out of territory, was Natsusketa, and ended up getting rung up for a traveling. Nadia Konstantin puts one up just before the buzzer, can't get it to fall. Still knotted at one. Lovely dish and a lovely finish from Labukina. Clearance and nobody home. Labukina was the idea. Natsusketa trying to rush the situation a little bit. Evita Hermanjar to get things started. She faked pretty well. Jacot back to Hermanjar. Hermanjar driving down to the low post, and boy, she managed to flip that one up and in. It was almost a magical shot, really. So Labukina takes a seat on the substitution. And when Shah throws one up from just inside the arc, and she'll be subbed out for Nadia Konstantin. Solska gets one underneath and up and in from Petra Nata. So 3-2 the count. Lithuania out to the lead, but Switzerland hanging tough as Evita Hermanjar comes in, replacing Gloria Loza. Solska backs up behind the arc, but can't manage to come up with much of anything, let alone a bit of rim. Konstantin. Hermanjar drives, throws one up and gets it to fall. Well, better lucky than good sometimes. And once again, Labukina able to convert underneath. 1.92 m. Gidra Labukina. Got a TV timeout. Here along the banks of the Danube at the Ludovea Shopping Center. Absolutely beautiful day for basketball. Can't say it enough. Labukina puts one up and in. Lithuania, 2-point lead. Hermanjar pulls up just before the buzzer. Well, she beat the buzzer, but she couldn't get it to fall. Lithuania now. Labukina underneath. She reached some opposition from Loza. Loza now driving against Labukina, throws it up. Can't get it to fall. Skate fouled. Neither team in the bonus situation so far. Hermanjar takes the ball, still behind the arc. Konstantin. Pardon, that was Jacot. Elia Jacot. With the fourth Swiss point. Lovely stroke and gets the ball to fall. Jacot once again, oh, that was a wonderful move. And she rounded it off very nicely indeed. Seen a couple of really nice drives from both clubs. Hermanjar gets tripped up, dispossessed. Yeah, that's sometimes how fast it goes. Petra Naita manages to put the 10th Lithuanian point in. Evita Amanjar takes a seat. Game play continues, and running pretty much unhindered was Solska. Konstantin's pass broken up and intercepted. The turnaround will not fall for Petra Naita. Lithuania still in control of the ball and control the ball game. And insult to injury, Gabriela Solska gets the 12th point to fall. At 4.5, Lithuania with a dozen, Switzerland 5. And the Lithuanians once again very much in control of the ball game. Shades of what they were able to do against Slovakia earlier in the afternoon. Jacot leaves it just a little bit short. Ball quickly whipped into the low post, but Labukina runs it back out. I don't know how you would get a better day, weather-wise, temperature-wise. Up now in the mid-70s, to 24 for those of you counting your temps in centigrade, which I'm sure is a fair bit of you. Shot back to Konstantin. Konstantin didn't keep an eye on the play clock, on the shot clock, and ran out of time. Looking to thread the ball into Elia Jacot. Solska. Oh, Konstantin. Bull rushing her opposite number. I'm sure that wasn't the intention. There have been some very pretty moments, especially for the Lithuanians on offense so far in the ball game. Labukina sizing up opportunities. Solska says, "Get off me." Wonderful give and go. Labukina rounds it off enthusiastically. Amanjard finds the going tough once Natsinaida got involved. So Nadia Konstantin takes a spot on the bench. Loza checks in, and Labukina doing what she does. That's score buckets. 14-5. Switzerland really needs to get things started. Jacot is not going to be the one to start the Swiss rally. And we'll get another substitution as Konstantin comes back in for Evita Amanjard. From distance, it's also not going to be the answer. Nadia Konstantin says, "Give me the ball." Oh, wonderful. Gets the ball to Gloria Loza, and she connects. That's exactly the kind of stuff the Swiss need. Now Jacot. Konstantin, 2 tries, and they couldn't get anything to fall. Lithuania now clears and waits to set up the offense just a little bit, but they're going to have to hurry. 4 minutes left on the shot clock. Wheeling and dealing, but not sealing, was Gabriela Solska. 15-6 is the way the scoreboard reads here in Bratislava. 2.5 minutes remaining. Lithuania very much in control in this Pool A matchup. Coming up, Bulgaria, Ukraine. Bulgaria with maybe the big surprise for the men so far today, as Lithuania makes it a 16-6 affair. Jard misses everything. And it's really kind of down to Lithuania to put this thing to rest. No, Nadia Konstantin is not finished by any stretch of the imagination. Makes an 8-point deficit. Ball goes out of bounds. Loza replaces Konstantin. And shooting from the free throw line is Kamil Natsasketa. Takes full advantage of her trip to the charity stripe. Switzerland very much with their backs against the wall. Loza down deep. Gets the one-pointer to fall. Switzerland trying to put pressure on the clearance. Labukina denies Ilya Jacot any kind of breathing space down low. And time well and truly running low for the Swiss. Loza has to throw one up quickly to beat the shot clock. Checked by Nadia Konstantin. Labukina. Once again, the give and go. Labukina cannot convert. Loza. Once again, back to Loza, but she runs into some difficult waters. Kamil Natsanita shutting down the lane to the basket. Ball check, Lithuania to inbound, just a little bit over a minute left to go. But miscommunication. I think that's needed. Well and truly thought Solsko was on her way to the basket. Loza. Nadia Konstantin tries to throw up a two-pointer. Definitely what's necessary at the moment for the Swiss, but she can't get it to go. Labukina gives the ball back to Natsanita. Austin just throwing up two-pointers now, but can't get anything to fall. No, this one is going to go into the books for Lithuania. We'll see if what the final count's going to be, but they're just too much too often, and the Swiss unable to really get things done offensively. That was a lovely combo. Kamil Natsasketa could not finish it off, but she'll go to the free throw line and try to do some good business there. Piece of debris tracked down by the Hungarian official. Skaita, the elder stateswoman on Team Lithuania, 34 times around the sun for Camille.
40 seconds to go.
Less than 10 seconds to go. Abukina ran out of real estate, but Lithuania will 21 out before the game clock has expired. With 5 seconds left to go, Lithuania tallies 21, and that will and truly put an end to things. So another big win for Lithuania, and they're starting to emerge as one of the teams to beat here in the tournament, and certainly the dominant force at this moment in Pool A. 21-9, the final score between Lithuania and Switzerland. Coming up, the men back out on the court as Bulgaria, surprise winner of the first matchup of the afternoon against the men of Switzerland, will take it up against another team that put up a pretty good performance earlier against Slovakia, and that's Team Ukraine. So stay tuned. We'll be right back here on the main court with action from men's Pool A.
Okay, so let's introduce another teams. Now, the game between Bulgaria and Ukraine. We started with the home team from Bulgaria. Please welcome with number 2, Simel Lepichuk. With number 3, Jordan Dinko. With number 4, Damian Minko. And the last member of Bulgaria, number 1, Georgi Boyano. Personas from Bulgaria. And now to their opponents, away team from Ukraine. Please welcome with number 7, Ilya Kapatsutra. With number 5, Maxim Zakarayev. With number 8, Yevhen Balaban. And the last member of Ukraine, number 1, Yakov Tito. Both of these teams got a win already. We'll see what the resolution of this game will be.
Romania and Slovakia providing the officiating crew for this matchup between Bulgaria and Ukraine. Another matchup in Pool A. Both teams having won their earlier fixtures. Ukraine to open things up. Balaban throws one up from distance. He's floored. So foul by Lupajkev. And Yevgen Balaban will head to the line. Cleared out by Minchev. Minchev will take it right back in. Ooh, a little dip behind, and he slings it back out to Boyanov, who drops it for a two-pointer.
Representing group also has Slovakia and Switzerland. Slava Ukraine.
Balaban with his second points of the ball game. Boyanov also showing his willingness to get himself on the score sheet. Ooh, a bit of a space ball. Drifts out of bounds.
The score is even 3-3. We've seen 2 minutes of the game now. This is the second Bulgarian foul.
Bulgaria jumping back in the lead 4-3. Quick one, release, but nothing doing for Titov.
Goes to Bulgarian hands. Now Bulgaria with a crazy finish. Second try is good. Beautiful work.
Ukrainians running a little bit of switch up on the numbers earlier. Finally got that back corrected. They changed all their numbers around. I'm gonna make my job a little tougher. Till now it's been pretty easy, pretty enjoyable. A couple of teams that didn't get their jersey numbers submitted correctly. Hopefully by the time the finals roll around, we'll know who's who. But most of them have been accurate and correct. This, by the way, will take us into the break between the blocks, and my colleague Craig will take over after this particular game. It'll in fact be the women from Pool B, Estonia, against Türkiye. And Craig will take you through the evening session all the way till just past 7:30 local time.
Vážení priatelia, milí Bratislavčania, krásnu sobotu, slnečnú sobotu vám prajeme všetci.
4-point lead now for Bulgaria, and once again the Bulgarians continue to surprise.
Medzi dožovami Eurovea sa odohráva kvalifikačný turnaj na majstrovstvá Európy. Poďte si ho spolu s nami užiť, v tomto prípade sú to dva zahraničné celky Bulharska a Ukrajina. Avšak dávam do pozornosti
Rebound, clearance. Zakurdiev for Ukraine. Was Minchev, as the Bulgarians enjoying a 5-point lead at the moment. Yevgen Balabov, who originally I had credited to wearing number 5, but I believe is wearing number 8. Difficult to keep track of these guys. They're not going to wear the same shirts they reported. Minchev to Boyanov. 10-4 now for Bulgaria. Ukraine looking to cut into that deficit, and with a little pass through, Titov brings the deficit back to 5.
Pokiaľ by ste mali núdzu, potrebujete odísť z dnešného eventu kľudne na YouTube kanáli FIBA 3x3. Si určite nájdete priamy prenos tohto podujatia.
Balaban. Deficit cut to 2 points. We got a ball game all of a sudden. Just under 7 minutes left to go. Bulgaria provides an answer. as does Ukraine. Game on. Both teams hitting real nice at the moment, and we'll get a TV timeout just to cool things off a little bit.
Trošku sa nám zastrila aj obidve družstvá. Videli sme teraz rozsypanie sa na jednej a na druhej strane. Nám padli dve nové strely.
Boyanov, boy, had to work hard for that one to come up empty. 2-point ball game. Bulgaria 2 fouls away from giving up the bonus situation. But for the rest, good tough battle going on. Ball kicked. Possession will stay with Bulgaria. Minchev. Worked it all the way down to the low post, and Ukraine could not come up with any points. Yeah, he called that one. He is a banker. Ball thrown up from distance will not fall. Boyanov. Well, things are cold real quick coming out of that timeout almost. 14-10 though. At the 5:36 mark. Let's see just which direction it goes. Titov gets things inbounded. Deuce thrown up by Ukraine and converted. Boyanov missed all. Maxim Zakudiev tried to force things by working the ball inside under the basket. Dribbled out of bounds.
There was the whistle. This is the drop the ball. Now the ball goes to defense, takže samozrejme pri rozskoku je len poviem pre
Ukraine will get the ball off the whistle.
pri rozskoku samozrejme bude mať loptu družstvo, ktoré brániace. Aj to píšu pravidla trojkového.
Zakudiev back to Balaban. Yeah, the shot clock had expired. 1-point match. Less than 5 minutes to go. Step back jumper. Won't fall for Minchev. However, The 1-point variation works out very nicely. And Bulgaria has a 2-point lead and now a 3-point lead. 2 quick buckets for Minchev. And Bulgaria right back in the driver's seat. Balaban drops a deuce. Do not count the Ukraine out. Boy, that was about as close to traveling without a whistle being blown as I've ever seen. Bulgaria cannot buy a basket. Ukraine clears, dumps it underneath, and we got a tie ball game, boys and girls. At just under 4 minutes to go, it's all knotted up. So once again, as I said earlier, if you needed to get yourself to the bathroom or to the refrigerator, you're too late. You're stuck here for the next, say 5 minutes. That's okay, you can make it. We'll have a little bit of a break after that before Craig comes online and takes over the night shift. One thing's for sure, he's going to see some good basketball, as are you. And one other thing is, if you haven't already done so, make sure you get yourself set up to follow FIBA 3x3 on all their platforms. Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and X. They're everywhere. But of course, the most formidable presence, and that's really one of the beauties of 3x3, and certainly my pleasure and privilege to be a tiny, tiny part of it, is their presence on YouTube. All the fixtures being presented live and free on YouTube. And boy, there's a lot of 3x3 you can watch. Lots of tournaments. As the Ukraine trying to tie things up, and they do, as both these clubs trying to punch their ticket for the Europe Cup Qualifier. And that, of course, is going to be on YouTube, live and direct from the Austrian capital, Vienna. It's going to be August 22nd to 25th. Boyanov got himself established and gets Bulgaria back into the lead, if maybe only for a few seconds. From the top of the arc before the buzzer, Ukraine unable. He could have taken a lead on that one. May very well get to 21, one of these teams, before we've run that clock down all the way. Certainly not going to venture a guess as to who. Boyanov got tangled up and almost lost possession, and comes through and manages to finish things off himself. So hard work from Boyadan. Boyanov, rather. Georgi Boyanov. Boy, he has really worked his tail off in this game. He is the senior statesman for that Bulgarian team. 31 times around the sun for him. Balaban getting a little vocal. A lot at stake. This is going to be a close one. This one's going to come right down to the wire. Once again, we've seen an incredibly high level of sportsmanship. From the time we tipped off just after noontime till now, hats off to all the participants, men and women, and the officials. Been well officiated basketball Yevgen Balaban trying to break the tie, and he does so. Ukraine is a point away. This could end it. This could tie it, and now Ukraine with a chance to seal it. A violation, and Bulgaria will try to end it with one stroke. Ukraine will try to do the same, and they do. Now they got one more than they needed, and it was Yakov Titov who put an end to things for Team Ukraine. Well, I'll tell you what, that was about the best one we've seen so far. It was a good one. And hats off to Bulgaria, who have played some really good basketball today, but Ukraine just a touch better on that one, and that's the second good performance we've seen from the Ukrainians. That promises more of the same. And we will see both those teams tomorrow, as they are now finished for this afternoon and for this session. So leading all scorers with Titov with 12, Boyanov, who certainly had a work rate rivaled by few, pumped in 9 for Bulgaria in the losing cause. And it was really a good way to finish off my time behind the microphone today. It's been a pleasure and a privilege. We will go into a short break. Of course, we'll stay here with the pictures. I'll give you a chance to go out and get something out of the fridge if you'd like to, and tuck in for the evening session. And that'll be handled by my colleague, Craig, believe in very capable hands. For now, I'm John Monan. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring this first couple of blocks of the Europe Cup Qualifier from Bratislava. We sign off for the moment from the Eurovia Shopping Center along the banks of the Danube. And stay tuned for more 3x3 action here on the FIBA YouTube channel.